Ooh. Hello, everybody. Bing bong. How are we doing? We're back. It's been a minute. Not only that, but it's been a lot of heat has been involved. Change. How are we all doing tonight? Hope we're all doing good. Good to see you, Jax. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh. Hope everyone's kept cool and hydrated. I sound weird. Oh. Uh-oh. In what way? Like blocky, or there's a fan? Like wind? Is it wind? Because if it's wind, that's probably why. Because there's a fan right next to me. What if I... It's quite... That is on the lower setting as well, and it's really loud. So... Is it really, really bad, or is it bearable? Just out of curiosity. Like, if it's really, really bad, I'll turn the fan off. That's fine. But if it's okay, then I'll keep it on just to get some cooler airflow in here, because this room tends to be the hottest room in the house. So I don't want to cook again. No, it is just because. Well, it's actually not. The mic is directed to my face, and the it's actually next to the camera, so it's like behind. But it is blowing this way, so maybe it's just catching the wind. It's a very sensitive mic, probably. That's probably why. It's not picking it up though when I, like, if I don't talk. It's better now. Okay. So I can move the fan like away from me, so it just blows more in the room, keeps the room cooler. At least it's something, I guess. Okay. Oh, but yes, it's been very, very warm. And today's probably the first day where it's actually rained and it's cooled down considerably. So let's just pause music and let's get back into some Horizon, shall we? Whew. And we put the audio. Audio level's good. Can we hear the game? I know it's quite quiet at the minute because like I can hear it at my end and I can see it's going up and down on OBS. So okay, having failed. Yeah. Okay, so failed to find a backup, so we're now heading to the Forbidden West to track down Silence and whatnot. God, this game looks so good. Why does this game look so good? God damn. Right. So let's talk to... So yeah, we started the game Monday. Did a bit... So I'm guessing this is going to be the end of the prologue. Because we got to here and it's like, yeah, tell me when you want to go to the Forbidden West. And start the game, basically. So we're going to go talk to Murad and Val. As we flew out, and we spoke to Avad, Sun King Avad. And a few others that we bumped into in Meridian.
Are you ready to go? Or do you need a little more time?
I am ready to go.
I better get going. And if I'm headed west, it sounds like I'll need rite of passage from the Tenakth, as you said. Where exactly is this embassy going to be held?
Past the Daunt, the canyon that marks the western border of the Sundom. You'll find the fortress of Barren Light at its farthest edge. The embassy...
The game audio's echoing?
Beyond its gates. It's a long march.
Is it?
On foot.
A couple of days hard riding should get us there.
Shouldn't do.
Actually, it might be better to rest here tonight. Head out.
Shouldn't do.
Of course. I'll arrange it.
Give me a second. You can hear double. Hold on. I know.
This crown of ash and salt, their kind is close to me. I have to block it out. My voice has grown so somber. These words don't seem
Ah, that's probably why. What about now? Actually, no. Let me tweak something. Hold on. Hang fire. What about now? Oh, this music though is lovely. That's better. Okay, yeah. I had the two sources. Because what I've done is I've pointed the actual audio to the wavelength audio source, so it's all in one basically. So I can hide that. Oh, this is so. Oh, look at this game though. Like, you can't tell me this is not pretty. I need to know that actually. In the shore, beautiful tonight.
Failure!
Thank you, Ben. Okay. This is a bob. How you doing, Benzo? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Saying that was great. Yeah. Look at the snow. Look how pretty the snow is. Ah, good. Hope you had a good week though, Ben. Hello, huh?
Sparks to steel. Never seen anyone use one of those to get around.
From town to town.
Is that how I get to Barren Light?
Yes, I mean usually, but not today. Not yet.
And why is that?
Well, the Daunt. The whole valley. It's infested with machines.
I'll clear.
can't handle machines.
Oh, I'm sure you can, but I'm under strict orders not to operate until the whistle down at Chain Scrape sounds the all clear.
Look, I didn't come all this way just to stand around and wait. I'll crank that car down myself if I have to.
That is loud.
Well, but then who would crank it back up? Fine. Though, should anyone ask, it might be best to say you forced me.
Boom. Savage! Hey, doing,
I
buddy?
see smoke, but not a lot of activity.
It's nice catching up with you again. On stream. Hope you're well, buddy. Oof. I see. Yeah, you're gonna watch the new Deadpool, aren't you, tonight? Or today? Whatever time it is. I don't know. I hope you enjoy. We've got Resonator Blast. Okay. Brick Trapper. Okay. Concentration. Potent Medicine. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. Low health regen. That's also kind of nice. Low health defense. Silent Strike Plus. Augmented defense. I think we'll go Survivor. And then low health regen. Consume a special potion to restore health and gain resistance to status effects. Ooh. Don't mind. Oh, yeah. More medicine capacity? Yes, please. Just finished lunch. Starting to get dressed for our movie. Nice. Let's go. Hell yeah. Is it far? Like, is it much of a drive
Something the machines wrecked.
to the theaters for you?
Well, there's a work stoppage in effect because of all the fuss.
What sort of machines are causing the trouble?
Nasty ones and lots of them. Bristlebacks, they're called. Strangeness is, they're not native to the Dodge. Just showed up, all of a sudden.
No hunters to kill them?
Oh, we've got hunters, just none that want to cross Ulvund. Boss of Chain Scrape. He is self-appointed. Work stoppage was his idea.
Yeah, well, I'm just passing through. Got an embassy to attend.
You should have said. That ain't gonna happen no time soon.
What are you talking about?
Hear that? That's your answer.
Who is that?
Karja's son priest. Cranked him down yesterday, about an hour before the machine trouble started. He's
Wild
a
Jinx
very
in chat.
important man, or so he says. That embassy at Barren Light, he's the one supposed to run it.
Great.
Great.
If you don't do as I say immediately, the Sun King himself shall hear of your insolence. Thanks to you, I was forced to spend the night shivering in the tent. Exposed to attack, I might have died.
Jesus.
Oh, me you refuse to transport, but not this... what? This Nora girl? This savage? Besides, scallywag.
Wadis. That's Aloy.
Studious Wadis.
Aloy, you know, savior of Meridian.
Really? Well, that lessens the insult, I suppose.
I came here for the embassy at Barren Light. Way I hear it, so did you.
Well, not with the valley infested. And so did Ahriman, proclaim the Sun Priests most precious and worthy of safekeeping. See Scripture. I shall head to Barren Light when the captain of the Vanguard tells me the way is clear, and not a moment sooner.
I'll fucking do it.
Fine. Captain's a friend of mine, you know? Where is Erend? Wouldn't mind speaking to someone a little more action, a little less scroll.
Wadis.
Studious Wadis.
Studious Wadis sent Aaron and another vanguard out at daybreak to clear the way.
And so at daybreak.
Hey!
Hey,
Down the valley then?
Yeah, Said they checked the ruins on the left bank for tracks. Take it from there.
Okay. I hear there's a work stoppage. Any way to upgrade my gear?
I'll bet the smith and chain scrape would let you use
I
it.
can.
As for the bristlewax,
Good to see you, buddy. How was stream? How was stream? Aloy is now Sonic the Hedgehog.
Lecken_squirrel raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Welcome in, everybody. Stream was good. You finished Moss? Let's go. GG's on the finish. How was it? I've never really heard of Moss. Is it like a? Sounds like a survival horror game. But how was it? Did you enjoy it? What were your thoughts on the game? Did it take long to beat as well? Tell me all the things. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Welcome in readers. For those who don't know me, I'm Mosh Bandicoot. I'm a variety streamer of sorts. I'm sweating in a heat wave. Just as an FYI. And we're playing some Horizon Forbidden West for the first time. We'd literally not long started. So we're just making our trek into the Forbidden West itself. We did the prologue bit section Monday and found out that Silence sent signals and made to chase him again because he's doing some shady shit, and so we're tracking him down into the Forbidden West to try and get rid of this blight, like this rot thing. But yeah, so that's what we're doing, and we're about to find Erend, who's a good friend of ours in Zero Dawn, the leader of the Vanguard, I believe it is. So we're gonna go find him now in some ruins as Aloy, and then hopefully make our way into the Forbidden West. But Moss is a puzzle. Oh, it's a puzzle game. He plays a mouse. Oh, okay. It's more adventuring than anything. Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty short game, but fun. Nice. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And as I said, if you need to raid and run, like you need to take care of yourself or head to work or do what you need to do, then please do. Don't let me hold you. And yeah, if anyone else needs to hop out as well, feel free to, because I know it's if you had a lot of fun with Lycan and co. And yeah, if anyone wants to stick around, obviously this is still a fairly new game, so if anyone doesn't want spoilers, probably the best time to check out. But if you want to stick around and chat about the game as so far and whatnot and other things, or what's happening on the weekend, then by all means, I'd love to have your company. But yeah, let's continue on. Thank you again for the raid, Lycan. Appreciate it so much. Go follow Lycan, everybody.
Thanks.
Cool dude.
I'll find Erend and
One of the good ones.
Hey. Where do you think you're going?
What, to the top of the ridge? To wait in safety?
Sorry. Operators under strict orders. No passengers till the whistle blows, right?
That's right. Best start cranking.
Why?
Jorf, would you kindly escort Studious to Chain Scrape and wait for me there?
you got it.
I'll find Erend, and I will help clear a path. But after that, no more excuses. Barren Light. Embassy.
If such be the will of the sun.
It will be.
Trust me. His Sun King of Ada's got the hots for Aloy.
But it might be good to hit Chain Scrape first and upgrade my bow.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good idea. Let's go and upgrade our bow first. Studious Vadis, more like Studious Vadis nuts, am I right? Got him. Thank you for installing the Burning Shores DLC. The Burning Shores DLC features new quests that continue the main storyline and is set in an entirely new area of the map, featuring new characters, machines, weapons, skills, tools, outfits, collectibles, and more. To start, you make sure you have completed the main quest Singularity. Aloy will then be contacted with next steps. The new skills are available at any time. Ghost levels will be returned upon reaching the new max level. I don't know what the last bit meant, like ghost levels. I have no idea, but okay. Wait. Oh, so you can fast travel free from fires. That's nice. Okay. Good to know. That's nice. That's a nice feature. Got him.
Those machines must have torn through this camp. This valley definitely isn't safe.
But it's dead. DLC can only be played once you finish the main game. That's fair. I think that was the same with Frozen Wilds, isn't it? But I was like, what's the crouch button again?
Can't override that now. Need to get data from a cauldron if I can find one.
So speak against fire. Donk! That is a kill. Move here. Ah! Oh. Yave. That's right. That's what I thought. Like a lot of it's going to be like, yeah, hey, oh, this is, wait, this is the map? Oh, shit, okay. Huh, okay. Okay, we got some bits to explore then, huh? Oh god, look at the, oh, look how big the map is. Holy shit. I bet like a lot of it was is the DLC in this map? Or is it like another bit entirely? Just out of curiosity. I might try and find these like unknown locations though. No, the Frozen Wilds can actually be started once you leave Mother's Embrace. Of course, it's too high of a level for you to do at that time, but it's new in New Game Plus you can start at that point. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, because it says like, oh, you can go up. Yeah, as long as you get to, yeah, because you get to that checkpoint before before Meridian, and there's a guide, and he's like, oh yeah, you need to go up here because there's like something's happening, and it's like, oh okay, and you can just like go there. Go back on the map. So, is it all the way like west side, or is it this filler down? Like, is it over here? Go west and down. Oh, so like this section? Go further? What's it like? Here? Roughly? Because like that's map. That's west. This map is going to be fucking huge. It's in the black area. Oh, so it's like over here then? Okay. Sort of this sort of section. Okay. Good to know. Steam tooth and a bone, yes. Okay, well, I say we'll cross it properly when we get to that point. So. Whee! Oh. Oh. Oh, and then we rappel down. So it's actually wait, how did you get up there? It can go around. Sorry. Killing boars for no reason. I'll do that. No, wait, it's in the midpoint of the map, then go into the dark section. Up for like here-ish? And then, oh, so it's like down here. I'll say Aloy to Electric Boogaloo. It's good. It's going alright then. It's going alright. So we're not long started. So we're just chilling. Yeah? I think to start with, I'm just gonna like try and it's very detached from the main area. I think to start with, we're just gonna try and not try, but like just try and get everything in order. You know, like our bows, get like new weapons and stuff, and then I think once we've done that, and got a bit of we've done a bit of leveling as well. We'll probably that's probably when we'll start exploring a little bit more. I'm being honest. It's still very early on. Yeah. We literally just finished like the prologue bit, so like we're only now we've just hit the main map.
Must be chain scrape. Drew said I could get my bow upgrade in there. Might be able to tinker with my other gear too.
Yeah, it should be fun. Should be fun. It's great. Nice. You've been enjoying Death Road to Canada? Nice. It looks quite cool.
Is that the savior? Wanna come in, savior?
Damn right I do.
Welcome to Chainscrape, savior.
Open up, guys. Dwarf's orders.
Good enough for me.
Good enough for me. Fun little game, and it's ridiculous to sell. I mean, it does look ridiculous. I will say that.
By the
Hey, Petra!
Petra? Aloy, what are you doing here?
Hey! Oh, she's grabbing a little bit.
About time there was something worth looking at in this dump.
Hey!
Nice to see you too.
And not a moment too soon. Come on. Damn brewery's the only thing I can count on in this place.
Yeah, I heard. Machines, work stoppage.
Oh, those are just the latest malfunctions. Chainscrape's always been a few tools short of a kit. And right there is the biggest tool of all.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? The craft.
You've heard of him,
Yeah.
but he's a story best told over a cold beer.
Petra. I'm just passing through. I'm headed west.
Oh,
There's an embassy at Barrenlight I need to make happen, and then I keep moving.
ah, of course.
Oh.
Bigger gears to grind.
Oh,
Well, flame hair.
we saw down the corner.
See you.
Since you can make custom cards, I made Mega Buff Berserk character named Bulk Broke.
But if you want a cold beer and a few laughs with an old friend, come find me at the brewery. Your choice.
You know, I think we will.
Well, this Olvan guy sounds like trouble. Maybe Petra could use some support. But first things first, I need to find that workbench and upgrade my bow.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely the increased graphics for sure. Upgrade the hunter bow. Hello. Weapon upgrades. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, I get poison ammo? Oh, nice. I mean, yeah. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Acid house. Ah, you know, poison, acid. Outfit upgrades. Nora anointed. Robot poison, yeah. And you can randomly find your custom characters in the wild if you don't pick them to start with. So randomly my group will be like, hey, it's Bulk Brogan. I know that guy. That's neat. That's neat, I will say. That's improved. Nice. Okay, nice. Okay. Yeah, we don't know, you know, we got some upgrades already. Trap cat crafting. Not really. Oh, pouch. Ooh. Yes. Special gear. Okay, so I get 4 special items. An ammo that deals acid damage is now available in your inventory. Use your focus to scan enemies and see if they are weak to acid. Hitting enemies with acid will build up to corroding state. Once in the state, an enemy's armor takes damage over time with reduced damage resistance. Acid counters and acid arrows threatening them trigger logic. Awesome. Hello?
Don't mind this slot. They smell bad.
The coil. Oh, I got a coil slot. Nice.
This should be useful. Now I just need to find Erend and help him clear the bristlebacks.
Okay. Unknown machine strike. Unknown melee pit. Melee pit. There's a couple of quests here. Could grab them. I may as well grab them. Oh, my stash. Oh, yes, let's go. Right. I approve. Let's grab these quests. It's always good to get some side quests built up. You can go through. Hello?
What happened to you?
That damn mine is what happened to me.
I've been seeing with my No Magic One in FSM remake. Oh, nice. How far are you now?
What mine?
Northeast of Chainscrape, where the river ends. I told Corvin we should stop when the first cave-in happened, but Olvin probably threatened to cut off our pay. Or worse.
Against your HP. Oh, Belly of the Beast.
And take me through
Chapter.
it.
Nice.
You mentioned you were injured in a cave-in.
Yeah, a couple days ago. That's how I hurt this blasted leg. Corvin and the others were opening a new vein while I was checking on an older one. As soon as the blast hit, tunnel I was in collapsed. Might have dodged it if I wasn't running on barely.
Gonna try machine strike. Okay.
You're pushing too hard and too fast.
And you're afraid
Oh, it is
Portland and the others
raining
will
torrentially
happen
outside.
again.
Mm-hmm. Hit the nail right on the head.
By the way, it is absolutely checking down. I'm waiting for it to start like thunder and lightning, then the stream ends. So
How come
we'll
Ulvin's in charge?
we'll see how this
These
goes.
belong to the Karja?
Try telling Ulvin that. He brought in all the backing to get him open. Might as well own them. Fire and spit. You ask him. He owns us as well.
Who's Corvind?
He's their foreman. And a damn good one. The kind that knows how to deal with management when it gets unreasonable. But Ulvin, his demands go beyond unreasonable. Corvin's been doing his best to appease him. He even blamed himself for my injury when it was Ulvin who ordered the extra shifts.
Sounds like a good guy.
That's why we all put up with the long hours and lousy conditions. But if the whole mine becomes unstable, I'd rather suffer Ulvin's wrath than die buried in rubble.
I could check in on your crew if I'm in the area.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Nice. Trouble. Can. Oh, that one. Right. Okay. Is it worth me checking the melee pit one? The melee pit as well? Oh, and a cycle next to a campfire. You can fast travel between campfires you've discovered without using a fast travel pack. Oh, that is. So it's only ones where
We all know it was the Carja who let the bristlebacks into the valley. Sent them straight.
What do you want, Ulvund? Some kind of payment?
My dear magistrate, you think I can be bought? If you want that whistle blown, all you have to do is have your soldiers remove the bristlebacks and sign the concession decree. Face it, what other choice do you have?
Hi.
Savior, what auspicious timing. Might we discuss a matter of importance to the Sundom?
We might. Later.
Very well. I shall be waiting.
So, the savior herself, Walloper of Derval, gutter of youth.
Maybe.
I've heard many tales of your beauty and heroics, my fierce lady warrior. Ulvund Freeholder, at your service. So, what could have dragged you away from the fine silks and wine of Meridian to this smudge of a settlement? Your saviorly attention must be needed elsewhere.
I'm here for the embassy and...
The embassy? Why, by the forge. Ah. Greater gears for greater matters. Guess that means you'll be moving on.
Once
seems like
I've
a
dealt with any problems around here that need my saviorly attention.
he seems like a slimy little shithead, isn't he?
Got to get rid of them if you want that embassy to take place. Well, best get to it, hey? And off you go.
Not so fast. You don't seem to have a high opinion of the magistrate?
Well, I refuse to play nice to some fancy-robed parchment pusher when my...
You can fast travel people by being at camps, but if you want to fast travel from anywhere else, yeah, that makes sense.
How noble of you.
Noble, ha! Born with a hammer in hand I was. Nobody handed me anything or dropped opportunity into my lap. Everything I've achieved, I've done on my own.
And where is this hammer now?
The burden of leadership forced me to set it aside. The Karja risk nothing, while demanding that good Osram gamble with their lives out there. Someone had to step up and say no more.
Right.
You ordered the work stoppage?
This is the same guy that literally the worker just called an absolute fucking dickhead.
Until the Karja clean up their mess and give us the fair deal we deserve, I'm not risking Osram lives.
Fair deal. You mean your concession decree?
It's not my decree. It's on behalf of all the good Osserum laborers of this land who do all the backbreaking.
Oh, look, it's a floating
while
cup.
only the Carja reap the rewards.
Look.
All we're asking for is the ability to share in this prosperity for a land worked by
I want one of
the
those.
people for the
Cup that
people.
floats. That's cool.
Right. And just how much would be your share?
Only an amount appropriate to my contributions to this community, of course.
Oh, when it was on, when it panned out behind Ulvund, there was a floating golden like cup just bouncing up and down on its own,
Where's the whistle?
which is quite funny.
Right in the middle of town, but with the threat out there, I'm not endangering innocent Osram lives.
I'm going to clear out the bristlebacks. And when I'm done, this valley is going to get moving.
If that's what it takes. Until then, I'll keep looking after the safety of these good folk.
Just be ready to blow the whistle.
Oh, yeah, because he's definitely going to blow that whistle, isn't
See
he?
what that Carja magistrate wanted. I bet. He's in the tavern.
Hello.
You wanted to speak to me?
Well, you know better than anyone it's a dangerous world out there, and not just against machines. Name's O'Dirk. This here's my training pit. Best place to practice close combat this side of the Forbidden West. Say,
The only whistle he's blowing is his
win
own.
in a fight? You, the savior of Meridian, champion of the
100%.
East, or
And it's not his, and the only thing that is blowing out of is his arse. Blowing out of his ass.
the Enduring, a legendary Tenakth fighter, the master of masters. I've heard the Tenakth have training pits just like this one. It's how the warriors get so fierce.
So I do all the training pits, I get a piece of armor.
From the pits get to train with the
Yeesh.
So, to find the Enduring, I should look for these training pits if I'm ever out that way?
You'll have to go far if you do. The Tenakth are split into 3 clans. 3 clans, 3 capitals, 3 training pits.
So
My guess
9?
is you'd have to beat all of them if you want to train with the Enduring. If the Tenakth don't kill you on sight, that is. But that's a far spark in the wind. As for right now, I also offer challenges to test your fighting skill.
Who would I be fighting exactly? You?
Well, I know you're the savior and all, but you have to beat all the others first to challenge me.
Yes, it is.
Rules are
SummerSlam
rules.
is tomorrow.
We only use dual blades and practice arrows, mind. These drunken fools would run themselves through otherwise. You'll have to leave everything but your spear and practice arrows at the gate. But I'll look after your gear, not to worry. So, what do you say? Up for some training?
I might be.
That's what I like to hear.
Melee pit. Melee pits test your close quarter fighting skills against other human opponents. Complete your challenges against other fighters to ultimately face the pit master. It also allows you to practice your melee skills in a focused tutorial or an open-ended training. Okay, nice. Tutorials, practice, challenges. Okay, I need to learn Block Breaker in the skill tree. I need to learn Resonator Blast. I can't do those yet. So I can't do jack shit then. Good to know. Oh, is this where the fighting machine? Oh, hello. Oh, is this the tavern? Nice. Yep.
Aloy, change your mind about that brew?
Come to revel in some strike, sister? Let me set the board.
I was just passing by.
First timer, huh? Don't worry about it. I'll go easy on you. You got any pieces?
Nope.
No.
Well, aren't you in luck then? I got an extra set, a Tenakth original, straight out of the Forbidden West.
Look at you.
Sit. I'll run you through.
Carrying extra spares.
I'll give you something special if you win it on my boards too.
I know. It looks like mahjong.
All right. right, let's start off simple.
God, what is
The
this?
Tanakh like to say that machine
Oh no,
strategy
it's
is
Fort
a
Condor.
pure strategy. We each get a set of pieces. Each piece represents a kind of machine, and each machine is worth a different number of victory points. And to win the game, you'll need to gain 7 victory points by destroying the opponent's machines. It can be tricky remembering the details of every machine, so we use these notes to keep track of them. You see that number on the top right corner?
That's 1 victory point.
That there is how many victory points you'll get for destroying that machine.
Okay.
Notes also tell you how far a piece can move, how powerful their attacks are, the distance they can strike from, and of course, their health.
They got 4 hit points.
Okay, that's enough for now. Let's just play. I'll explain the rest as we go. I own the board, so I get to choose who goes first. Since this is your first time, I'll let you
So
know.
it does 2 damage. It can attack from 1 space away, and it can move 2, and it has 4 hit
That
points.
machine piece to your right, and move it forward. And remember, each machine can only move a certain distance. Take a look at
Okay,
your
that's
notes
nice.
if you need a reminder.
But you can like, oh, you can sprint. Okay.
Easy enough, huh? Now, you get to move 2 machines each round. So go ahead and pick a set.
I want to mention this now. I've switched the game's difficulty to easy now. This section I'm expecting a lot of annoyances on normal. Yeah.
Perfect. There's not much else to do for now, so just end your turn.
Oh, you can
We're
rotate.
forging onwards. Let me move my
I'm just like,
pieces
advance.
here.
Oh,
And we're
okay.
back to you. This time, why don't you try attacking one of my pieces? Try with that machine on your right first. Now move the piece close enough to attack one of my machines. When performing an attack, you'll be testing your machine's combat power against the opponent's. And its own attack power. This board only has grassland terrain, which has no effect on a machine's combat power.
Okay.
And your current machine has 2 points of attack power. So in total, your machine's combat power equals 2 points. Since my machine isn't the one attacking, it has 0 points.
Okay. So if you're not attacking, it's
And
0.
just like your machine, it's not affected by grassland terrain. So right now, the difference in combat power between the 2 machines is 2 points. This means your machine... Did you get all that? Knew you were a smart one. Finish up by attacking my machine. Not pulling any punches, huh? Now grab that second machine of yours. See how your machine can't move close enough to attack mine? You can make your machine sprint. That lets it move 1 space further. Try it out. Downside to sprinting is that your machine can no longer attack. Some players like to take a risk and overcharge their machine in cases like this.
Okay.
Overcharging lets you attack after a sprint, but
You lose health.
it will damage your machine's health by 2 points. So use at your own discretion. Let's try doing that now so you can see what I mean. That's about it for your turn then. Now, I'll let you in on a neat trick. That machine of yours, the one closest to me, grab a hold of it. Same as in the wilds, machines have both armored points and weak points.
That's what the blue and red
You can see
is.
a mark on
Okay.
the pieces. Blue shows where their armor is thickest.
If I
Put
rotate.
them there, and you'll do some damage, but not a lot. Now, red shows the machine's weak points. Hit those and you'll deal a mighty blow. Here, let me show you. Rotate that piece so your machine faces mine. Now let that machine... Off the board she goes, and there's your first victory points. You don't have 7 of them yet, so let's keep going. Your machine attacked mine, but hasn't moved yet. Go ahead and move downwards towards my remaining piece. You've already attacked a machine and moved your piece. But if you overcharge your machine, you can attack a second time. And by the look of your machine's health, you'd be sacrificing your piece to defeat mine. But sometimes that can be a good thing.
Just to get the win, innit?
Overcharge your machine to attack mine a second. Ain't that a thrill? Now, because your machine was knocked out at the same time as mine, we both get the victory points our machines are worth. Good news is, since you're the one attacking, you're going to receive your victory points before I do. Which means you can reach the coveted 7
okay.
first.
So the opponent would get it then once it's their turn.
End the game in your favor. Now, you'll notice you didn't get quite up to 7 victory points this time, but you did destroy.
I'm definitely not going to do definitely not going to do a Naruto Run in Rebirth. Things are going to understand Rebirth a bit more. Yeah. That's fair.
So hard,
That's fair.
Just remember to always
BB, how you doing, buddy?
You'd be surprised the advantage you can gain over an opponent.
Doing, bud.
Like that.
Happy Friday.
I know it saved my behind in a game or two.
I'll try and remember that.
Oh, before I forget, these are all
Follow me.
spare pieces. I want the Savior of Meridian to have them. It's a small set to be sure, but it should be enough to get you in on any strike games you find out there. You might even fancy looking out for them strike carvers. They've got all kinds of unique pieces that can turn a game in your favor, though they'll need the right materials to craft you one.
Okay.
Find them in the wilds if you're
So it's like we have to pick them up from hunting or crafting.
Brew hopping. No need to thank me. Always a pleasure to help out new
I've only played Rebirth once. I definitely do not know that game is that. Yeah, same.
If you feel like playing a real game, I've got plenty of other boards. I could even teach you a few more tricks if you're up for it.
Thanks. I'll think about it.
You're one step closer to mastering the game of Machine Strike. Terrain and knockback tutorial. Machine types and skills. Beginner's practice. Okay, so we can do the tutorials and then you get a bristleback strike piece for that. Eat all the opponent's boards to earn this reward. Try this.
I knew I'd make a strike player out of you yet.
Let's do these. Why not?
How about this time I tell you how to use a board's terrain to your advantage? This one's got all the different terrains you can encounter in a game of Strike. Knowing when and how to use them can mean the difference between victory and defeat.
Okay.
Terrain mainly affects your machine's combat power. As you know,
Oh yeah, I can see. I'm guessing if it's in the grey, I get 4 power. I can get 1 shot off.
The higher your machine's combat power, the more damage you can do. So finding the right terrain is an essential strategy for overpowering your opponent. Here, I'll show you. Grab that piece to your left and move to attack my... Now let's take a look at your machine's combat power. Combat power is the sum of a machine's attack power and the value of the terrain it's standing on.
Okay, yeah, simple enough.
If your machine is attacking, it's using its 2 points of attack power. It's also standing on forest terrain with a value of 1 point. Add those together and your machine has 3 points of combat power. My machine is standing on grassland terrain with a value of 0 points. It's also not attacking, which means their attack points aren't in play. So my combat power is 0. This means your machine can do 3 points of damage.
Ooh, nice.
Go ahead and test it out. There you go. Now, choosing the right terrain doesn't just improve...
I improved your defense as well.
It can also help defend your machines from attack. Grab your other piece and place it in front of my second machine. Since your machine is attacking, it's using its 2 points of attack power. It's standing on grassland terrain. This terrain has a value of 0. This means your machine's combat power adds up to 2 points. My machine can't use their attack powers since they're defending their position. But they have the higher ground.
I have the high ground,
Standing on
Anakin.
forest terrain, which is worth 1 point. This means my combat power adds up to 1 point.
Ah, so I
The
take
front of my
damage.
machine is colored blue. This means that the spot you're about to attack has armor protecting it. Which means my machine gets an extra point, giving it a total of 2.
It's nullifying my attack, basically.
If we compare the combat power of both machines, you'll see that you won't be able to do any damage. Whenever you're unable to top an opponent's combat power, you can still choose to attack and break their machine's defenses instead.
Ah.
Go ahead, try it out and see what happens. Ha! See? When you break a machine's defenses, you can knock it backwards.
Ah, okay.
Sure, both our machines will receive 1 point of damage.
You could knock it back into an area where it's like vulnerable. Yeah.
Not only that, if my machine had been blocked from moving backwards, it would have received an extra point of damage. And if my machine had been blocked by another one of my pieces, that machine would have received damage.
Oh, so if you stack like in a row, you could knock them.
Is a great way to deal damage to
Just
several
send pieces at once. Yeah, that makes sense.
Useful, right? Okay, now go ahead and end your turn. There's still one more thing I want to show you. All right, as we've seen, the higher the terrain, the more it'll add to your machine's combat power.
Ah, okay.
However, there are 2 other terrains that work a little differently. This is what we call a chasm. Only flying machines can be placed on those. But it'll take away 2 combat points if you
Ooh.
so
A bit shit. Okay.
this is marsh terrain. Landing on it will take away 1 combat power point from most machines. It'll also keep your machine from moving for the rest of the turn. Here, let me show you. Grab that machine on your left.
Am I gonna go?
See? All you can do now is wait for your next turn to move again. Or you can overcharge your machine to get out of there. You can still attack any nearby enemies so you're not
Oh, apologies for the outbreak.
completely helpless. Well, I think that's enough yammering from me for now. Promise it'll all come in handy next time you play.
Cool. Alright, I'll wait for the ads to finish and then we'll do the last tutorial and then we'll try the beginner's practice. I think that's the plan. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I'm enjoying. This is actually quite cool, quite neat. The Shinra HQ section remake is probably my favorite part. A remake, yeah, it's really good. I wouldn't. I like the climb. The climb to Shinra HQ is pretty cool. I think the Aerith section when you go to Wall Market and like the Collapse Expressway and stuff like that. I think it's chapter 9. I think it is. Because you do the first part with Aerith in like chapter 8, the budding bodyguard, and then you go to sneak out and she's like hi, and then it's like oh okay, and you go and save Tifa. Like that's probably my favorite section of remake for me, just mainly for the music. Like the Collapse Expressway music and then Wall Market music is so good. And the Corneo Coliseum and whatnot. Overall, good times. Doot, doot, doot. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, hey, that was a big one. Oh, right, another 25 seconds or so. And then we should be good to go for another hour. Hopefully. I've noticed like the Twitch mobile app has changed, and some bits and pieces of like how Twitch looks has changed as well, which is, I don't know how I feel about it. The mobile app is definitely getting, I need to get used to that, because it's not, doesn't show a list of all the people. It's like, it's almost like TikTok, where it's like it shows the video of the stream, and then you gotta like swipe through and swipe through. Welcome back, Nez, everybody. All right, last little. I love how high tech everything looks inside the Shinra HQ. That is also true.
In a normal game, you get to choose which machines you place on the board. Each one is worth a certain number of setup points, and you can spend up to 10 assembling your army. Knowing what each machine brings to the game and building an army that matches your strategy is the key to becoming a machine strike master. When assembling your army, there are a few things to keep in mind.
I'm yawning. Fuck.
First and foremost, you can never have more than 4 of the same machine on the board at the same time. With that in mind, most players would choose machines based on how far they can move or how much attack power they have. But a real strike player will be looking at a machine's type and skills. Let's take a quick look, shall we? Pick up that machine on your left.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the burrower, yeah.
All right, let's talk about the different ways in which a machine attacks its opponents. In other words, its machine type. If you look at your notes, you'll see this machine here is a melee
That's the
type.
stair climb. That is also
You
true.
can also tell by the shape of the base.
That is hilarious, the stair climb.
A melee type machine attacks the first enemy within range, and no one else. We've seen this plenty of times, so just move that piece forward so I can show you some more stuff. Great, now grab your other machine. Looks like we've got ourselves a gunner type machine here. This means they'll only hit the farthest enemy in their attack range. Let's move that machine forward and end your turn so we can take a look at the rest of the pieces. Let's go with this piece first. This is a ram type machine. Attack an enemy with it and it'll push the piece backwards.
Oh.
Like this. See, now my machine has taken over your machine's spot on the board.
Ah, clever, clever, clever.
This is a great way to take the advantage away from your opponent if they have the higher ground.
You can knock him off onto a more vulnerable piece. Location.
Now this is a beauty of a piece, a dash type machine. When it attacks, it'll move to the end of its attack range and damage.
Yeah, I really like
every
hand over
machine
hand
in its path,
that plays when you play as Tifa.
Make sure you take a good look at the board before you send it off to the races. You should also make sure it's able to finish its attack on an empty spot. Otherwise, you won't be able to attack at all. Here, I'll show you.
Oh, so it dashes over the top.
It even rotated your piece.
Okay, and rotated.
Piece you'll definitely want in your set. If you look at your notes, you'll notice this particular machine has one of the skills I mentioned before. There's quite a few of those.
When attacking from grassland terrain, it gains 1 combat power.
I'm pretty sure you've got more important things to do, so I made you a list. It's got all the tips and tricks we talked about too. I think that about does it for now, so if you want to play a real game, just let me know.
So let's try and do beginner practice.
This is gonna be fun. Time to get serious. You're up, Red. Your move, Red. Oh, seriously?
Oh, let's go. Oh, backstab. Eee, ay, 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 ay. That was bad. That was bad. That's bad. This is bad. This is bad. Oh,
Oh, I won! Probably shouldn't sound so surprised, huh?
double?
Let's do this.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I fell for the trap there, I think. Okay.
I'm up.
Someone's keen.
That's it for me. My turn.
Oh, bitch. Oh, okay.
Gotta say, your odds aren't good, Red.
Hmm.
Time to get serious. Your turn. That was brutal. My turn.
Well, I'm kind of fucked. Yeah.
Guess
Ah,
on your side.
damn. I got one of the pieces, though. You fell for my trap card.
Here we go.
Time to duel. Oh, I'm going to go back row. Just
I'm up. Board's all yours.
me. Boom. Boom, bitch. Get out the way.
Okay, let's see.
There. Oh, you're just going to gang up on me? Sweet. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because she knocked me into her own... Oh, that was a bit stupid on her part. Ha! Sprint. Overcharge. Boom!
Looks like I lost.
Nice. Let's go. Hey? Okay. I don't mind that quite. That's all right. It's not bad. Bad. Bit of fun. Yeah, we'll try the medium one.
Good luck.
Or 4 this time. Oh shit. Okay. Ant's Horn. When attacking from hill terrain, in 1 combat power.
Time to make my move.
And they're just like, whoa.
Board's all yours. Time to make my move.
Ouch.
Your turn. One less piece on the board. Okay, let's see.
Someone's fucking keen. Oh shit. Ah, crap. Crap, 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 crap.
Well, that's done now.
This is a problem. What, I'm gonna overcharge. I rotate.
Oh, bold choice. I'm up.
Oh wait, I think I have better. Don't I have better? Oh shit, I have better defense on the grassland.
Ah,
Okay.
off the board it goes. I got a tough fight ahead of me.
Yeah, you done fucked up, bitch.
My turn.
Wow.
Just one piece left. That sure dampens the
Oh fuck. Okay. 1v1 time. All right.
I was hoping you wouldn't do that.
Overcharge. Boom.
Got me. Fair and
Nice.
square.
Okay. 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 I'll leave it for that, but otherwise I'll do everything. Yeah, for now. Done the tutorials. That's nice.
Ah, Savior, over here. Did you hear who's in charge?
Oh, Milduf.
Hey, Milduf. Milduf. I took some of your stew last time I went into the wilds. Kept me going for a week. Felt like I could have put a strider in a sleeper hold.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Sounds like you're serving up some impressive provisions here.
Not again. You can have the discount too, but you'll have to come back later.
I think you have me confused with someone else.
Oven didn't send you?
No.
Oh, my apologies. It's just that his minions won't stop pestering me. Now I've even worn out my special grill. Since I'm in the midst of a crisis, perhaps you could skip to what it is you wanted?
Some of your food?
Of course.
Is there food?
Your last customer mentioned your cooking really kept him going out in the wild. Where I'm headed, I could use some of that.
I would be happy to oblige, especially since you have the decency to ask pleasantly. But my special groove griddle is no more. Without it, I can't cook any of my signature dishes. I hate to think what'll happen when I'm forced to refuse Olvin or his goons. Even if I already had the right ingredients, there's nothing I can do. Unless you can source me a temporary replacement?
What do you need?
For the ingredients.
He's
A
like,
few pieces of decent wild meat, and I'd say a big handful of bitter leaf stems. That'll do. As for the griddle, a corrugated metal panel might suffice until I can have a new one forged. You'd likely find one in a scrounger pile if you follow the river to the northeast. Don't worry, I'll clean it first. You'll have no issue finding boars and bitter leaf on your way.
I think I just used boar meat bones and stuff for upgrades.
Thanks,
God
Smilda.
damn it.
I'll keep an eye out.
So that's what gratitude sounds like.
And don't let anyone push you around, okay?
If you say so.
Ash of courage. Oh, I need 2 more bitter leaf. But the enduring is level 32, which... Bristlebacks is level 7. 9 Ossaram Artificer.
Already got enough wild meat. Just need to pick some bitter leaf and grab another panel from the scrounger.
Oh, yeah, that didn't happen. Alright, I'm just new here. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, potions? Oh. Let's talk the Karja dude.
Savior, thank you for taking the time, and my condolences that you had to endure Olvan's bloviating.
I've dealt with worse. It sounds like he's really trying to put you over the barrel.
The idea that the Karja purposely let Bristlebacks into the Daunt, it's completely absurd. But the louder and longer he says it, the more support he'll get for his damned concession decree.
How did the Bristlebacks get into the Daunt?
No one knows for sure. The first report of them came from west of the quarry. But unless they have wings I don't know about, I don't see how they could have come over the mountains.
No other way in.
The only way I know about is barren light. Look, if you can get to the bottom of this, I can offer a considerable bounty in return.
How considerable?
Help me shut Olvin up.
I mean, that's a good one too, to be fair.
You said the Bristlebacks were first spotted west of the quarry?
Yes, according to one terrified laborer, said the ground trembled before they came charging down the hillside. He took off and ran all the way here.
Good place to start looking then.
If you learn the truth, maybe Olvant will stop blaming the Karja for every problem under the sun, and maybe then he'll actually focus on rebuilding Barren Light instead.
Maybe, just maybe, might be an outlandish idea. Maybe he caused it. No? Maybe he caused it just to be like, you know what? Fuck doing that. Fuck rebuilding that place. I'm just gonna let some machines loose and pretend it wasn't my fault. Probably what I would do. I was in such a position. Food? Well...
Seems like bitter leaf likes to grow on rocky terrain.
Scrounger site is... Another one here.
Okay, I think I have enough bitter leaf.
I can go to the... Oh, I could have fast traveled. Damn it. Actually, there's an unknown campfire there anyway. Oh, Crimson Narrows. So that's the mines that I didn't have. Oh, check places out. Yeah, I know. My medicine pouch is full. It goes into my stack. Great, because I have so much. 14, which is bloom. Blah, blah, blah. Are you still okay for tomorrow? For fire fang horns? Oh wait, that's not. Oh, that's down there. Oh. This looks like a cave. Get in there. I will brute force my way. Skyrim? If I can somehow make it up here, I will be amazed. I don't think that's happening. I'm just gonna call it quits now. Or break the game, I think more. Probably is a way to get. There's probably like a ruins or something up. Run up to. I'm up to. I tell. The contribution jacks. Let's go. Whee!
Scavengers. Moldov said I could find a metal panel in one of their scrap piles. That's it. Come on.
Yeah. Don't worry about that.
No metal panel. Better check another scrap pile.
I do like the updated focus is like.
I can't ignore that machine. But I could learn if there's a cauldron up there.
Oh no. Oh no.
Samurai, Edge Runner Jax asked me, Welsh Bandicoot versus Ben Edgehouse, who would win in one-on-one fight in Elden Ring? Oh, that's easy. Welsh Bandicoot might just charm their way through with some fancy moves, while Ben Edgehouse probably swings a big old sword, like they're trying to cut a birthday cake. But let's be real in Elden Ring. It usually comes down to who knows how to dodge better. Spoiler alert, it ain't about the size of the weapon. It's about the drive to respawn and try again. Just like Ford trucks built Ford Tough.
So the answer is he doesn't know. I like a bit of a nothing. He makes, yeah, it's kind of like,
Through the scrap piles for a metal panel.
maybe. I thought he was just gonna basically disown me, but I was like, okay, kind of didn't. So I worked out all right. Take it, you know. I'll take it. Oh, discard me at this one.
I think I have everything I need for Mildif. Good thing, too. I can use a decent meal.
Nice supply crates here. Another medicinal. So let's head to this campfire. This campfire, and then I can fast travel them back to Thingy-my-bobby. This looks pleasant. Quick save. Travel. Oh shit. It's fast loading times too. Anywho. It's a good job we didn't take that long.
There you are. I happen to receive another visit from Ulvin himself.
Oh.
He was pushy, but I stood my ground. And dare I say it, I even got my own back. Yes, I did.
I'm listening.
Good for you, good for you.
His meal. I used 3 pinches of salt.
Oh.
Instead of 2.
Each journey begins with a single step, I guess. I think I have everything you asked for.
Then just as you have inspired me, let us see if I can return the favor. Time to cook.
He's like, I put 3 instead of 2. I'll teach the bastard. Actually, how is our proud mode challenge thing?
Wow. Mildif, that was inspired.
Next time you want the best provisions, you know where to find me. And your next order of any
Straight.
dish will be on the house.
Thanks. And don't forget to stand up for yourself.
Funny you should say that. As it happens, I'm already cooking up my next portion of resistance. Hope to see you again.
Dash of courage. Oh, I got a skill point. Let's go. Food provides temporary benefits and skill boosts. Mildif's meals reduce your concentration recovery time. Bring ingredients to cooks throughout the world to purchase food. Only one food effect can be active at a time. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like Monster Hunter, sort of.
Might be a good idea to stock up on some food before I head back out. See what else is cooking up.
Back for that free meal? Go on, peruse my menu.
Go and yeah, you can go cooks. Yeah, so boosts melee damage by 2 levels for 3 minutes. Restores 75 health and stamina. Will boost stamina regen. Oh, this tree is. Max health has gone up. Nice. Got 2 skill. I kind of want to get medicine. Low health defense. Yep. Healing potion. Health potions provide more healing and all potions are faster to consume. Carry more medicinal berries in your pouch. Yeah. Thank you very much, good sir. As long as the more chance I can get of like surviving, being you know, better with like potions and healing and stuff and health regeneration and stuff, that'd be brilliant. Wait, is that a quest? Oh, it's Naren's and Enduring. In Alternax, Melee Pit Marks, Desert Clan, Lowland Clan, Sky. 3 skill points for that. Oh, I get my spear damage goes up +1. Let's go. Deep Trouble. I could do this. All the way over there. Yeah, I think I'm going to do those side quests quickly. I go to the... Yep. And then I'll make my way to the mine. Oh, look at the boosted health as well. Look at that. Woohoo! Fucking go.
Pack's full, but my stash has room.
Are you possessed? What the hell is that? Oh, a potent plant shaving that has bright, slightly acidic taste. Dante. It's level 5, so not too bad. Too bad in the grand. Oh, my level 4, level 5? Level 4. Oh, I mean, so I'm roughly on level for it.
Coming from where Arnav said I'd find his crew.
Oh, look at that. Look at all the snow Aloy's got because I've been running in the snow. My boots. That's just neat. That's a neat little detail.
This must be the mine Arnav told me about. It looks like the miners are in trouble.
Hold the phone.
That looks like the foreman Arnav mentioned. I should check it
Oh,
out.
just the fact that like I've been running in snow and then now Aloy's like armor and stuff. I know I think it was a thing in Zero Dawn, but with the updated graphics it just looks so much better. Oh, I got a stash. Acid traps and blast traps. I can pass time. Oh, unavailable right now. Oh, that was something that was done in Frozen Wilds. Yeah. I remember that now. Yeah, but no, it just because of the whole update of.
You good?
I'm okay. Thank you, Corvin.
Corvin? Arnav sent me. I'm...
Not now.
Easy. What happened?
Explosion in the mine. Water flooded the whole place. Some of my guys are still... They're still down there. I can't stop.
You've done enough. Are you hurt?
I'll live. The others. Please.
How many are still down
Just get this over.
How many?
Two. Two, I think. Two more.
I'll do what I can.
Alright, let's go. Find the missing miners. You bet your bottom dollar I am.
Gotta find those 2 miners. Quick.
Okay, yeah.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Oh, well and good thing over here, but like, we're in a fucking cave. Oh, jump, couldn't I? We're gonna have to like unflood the mine. Boost.
The miners. One of them doesn't look too good.
I think I'm starting to see things. Is that a Nora?
It is a Nora. Hello.
Are you okay?
Who are you?
Corvin sent me. Are you hurt?
My leg. I was a little too close to the blast.
What happened?
We were blasting in the farthest tunnel, but the scaffolding didn't hold. It collapsed. I think it blocked the drainage shaft. Water started flooding the place as quick as I drink ale. I barely managed to drag us here.
So something's keeping the water inside the tunnels.
What are you thinking?
I've got an idea. Are there more explosives?
Are you crazy?
Yeah, should still be some up top, but you'll need these fuses. You crazy? You can't move, and I'm not leaving you here. It's not like she can make things worse.
Don't go anywhere.
I have a mind for destruction.
Find whatever's blocking that drainage shaft and blow it sky high. Hopefully without bringing the mine down on top of me.
Hang on. Boost.
Made it. There's the debris blocking the shaft. If I can reach those explosives up on that track, maybe I can blast through the blockage.
Go to the minecart. I'm getting Donkey Kong Country flashbacks, and I don't want that. Maybe. Oh, not that. Not that. Come on. Of all. Minecart madness, yeah. Indeed.
Need to clear some distance first.
Oh, well. I had to lightly fuck itself off. Okay. Tunnel? Well, there might be actually. I know, Aloy, I know. Oh, that's not to say. But I'm learning all this now. Here. Aha! Oh, I could just swim through it. I tried. Oh, I can just grab that. I could probably just jump up to that, couldn't I? Definitely overthinking that. Boing.
Burrowers.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum.
I'll give me some cover.
Up. Was that an insta-kill? Nice. And that was two.
I think that's all of them. Now
That's
to find a
cool.
way out of this room. I should follow those tracks. See if they lead to the explosives.
Oh.
I need to find a way up to those explosives.
I just grabbed them, but that's fine. Borrowers? The borrowers. I push this and jump on and just slide down.
Let's see where this leads.
Oh, I need to the minecart. Right? Better. Everybody better. Oh no. No, more puzzles and platforming. Oh.
There's the explosives up on the track. Just need to get across somehow.
All that.
Looks like I can pull that crane over to me.
You mean just like that? Haha. Wow. Detonate the explosives. This is gonna go well, isn't it? Then throw it. Push it, Aloy, please. Ooh. And would you look at that? In the water. That was a fucking drop. Jesus Christ.
Did the trick. Ah, at least that got its attention.
Oh, you little bitch. Hi. Oh. Dead. Nice.
That's all of them. Now let's go check on those miners.
Let me loot the shoot the woot. I can grab the crate and put it over there. There's one up there. Come on. Here we go. I think I've missed else. Oh, there's one up. Ah, there's one up there. From here? Yeah, I can. Oh. I'll do. I'll do.
She's so dead.
We don't know that.
She's so dead. Hello. She's so dead.
I thought you blew yourself up.
Are you two okay from here?
I can get this idiot down. Don't you worry. Thanks, kid.
That's what you meant to do with that chest. Nice. Yeah, I figured as much with the Oh, did I make... can come back if need be.
Better let Corvin know his men are all right.
Oh, a blocked path. Missing tool needed. Probably that's probably the same as well, missing tool. Hey,
I
bud.
found the two you mentioned. They're safe, but could probably use a hand. Is that everyone?
It is. I dread to think what would have happened if you hadn't shown up.
I knew we were blasting too much, but the man who staked the claim here, Ulvund, he kept pushing and pushing me. I tried to shield my crew from his constant demands every damn day. I should have been stronger.
You were there for your crew when they needed you. That counts for something.
Ulvund can threaten me all he wants. I am not letting my people back into those mines.
Will you be all right?
Yes. I can take it from here. You are owed, Huntress.
Ooh. I'm calling a huntress? Let's fucking go.
His name keeps coming up, and it's never good.
2 skill points?
Sooner or later.
Oh, see? This is why you do side quests. I'm telling you. Nice. Oh. Toughened Valor Surge. Health regained every consumer specials. But I should probably try and pump into other stats. Tornado Blast. You most definitely should. I know. Like Trapper, I'm not really fussed about. But like, I feel like Trapper and Machine Master may already be the last two I look at. But like, say, Warrior, Hunter, Survivor, Infiltrator, that'll probably be the best. The ones I'm going to focus on the most. Let's head back. At the brink, or I can do the bristlebacks. Search west of the quarry for bristleback. You know what? I'm going to use one. To be honest, I'm happy with those being my starting. Machine Master is actually really good since you'll be wanting to override machines. And those skills help with that. Started by opening the weapon and tapping our. So tough. Let's. Oh, didn't I get a? I think I can do one of the pits. But like, I got one of the skills.
Here to practice, friend.
Yeah, raising a blast. Performing melee combos and power attacks energizes your spear faster. Come on, let's go.
You think your spear can deal with that armor? Use attacks to energize your spear. Then hit your opponent with a heavy or power attack to blast the armor off.
How do I know if... Combos build up your charge fast.
I'd buy you a drink, but I'm not exactly main.
Oh, that you mean. Oh!
Shoot the glowing part of your opponent before the energy fades. That spear can give you the edge in battle. Keep energizing it, and then your enemies.
Okay.
Triggering those energy blasts should help you vanquish your opponents.
That was good. That was good. Okay, that's good. There's no... That's nice. There's no actual, like, medal system for that. That's good. So I just need to learn Block Breaker in the skill tree, and then I can do the rest of them. Cool. No, good to know. Alright. Okay. But yeah, I suppose if I want to override machines and like use them as mounts and stuff, use them in battle, then yeah, probably. Like I said, I'll probably, I'll have a look and I'll keep an eye out for it. See if there's anything.
Machine won't be bothered by acid.
Acid? A lot of them, huh? Oh, there's a western exit. Ah, damn it. Oh.
That bristleback's gonna run him down.
Get to Thank the Forge you were here.
Get inside until it's safe.
I can use acid rounds, actually. It says if I hit the acid canisters, I can blow them up. Oh, ads. Apologies, everybody. I will run for a little bit. This is going to be a lot of running, so. Larger. No. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh, campfire. Nice.
Looks like some sort of quarry.
Hey girl, stay back. It's too dangerous.
Acid also helps like lower machines armor. Essentially, it's like lowering their defenses. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, I think doesn't acid do that in Borderlands? Doesn't that like doesn't corrosion do that in Borderlands where it like lowers defenses and like it's good against armor and also knocks your ticks your health away? Very similar concept. Been so long since I played Borderlands, it's mid. Oh, that's all. What am I?
Javad said the bristlebacks were first spotted west of the quarry.
I think so. I can't remember. It's been a while since I played the games.
Anything in the back of the valley.
Need to.
Dead bristleback. Out of farms. Gotta check it out. It's strange. Parts of it have been tampered with. Almost like an override. Looks like it died on impact. Maybe it charged off the cliff up there. I better keep following the trail up.
Alright. Ads are finished, so welcome back everybody. Good timing because we literally just got to starting little side quests. So. Very nice. Right in the neck.
Mine. And a lot of broken trees. It's like a stampede went through. Is this where the bristlebacks came from? But how?
Oh. Oh, I'll take that.
This cave leads out of the Daunt.
You found a piece of green shine, a rare and valuable resource. Hidden all over the world, green shine can be used for upgrading certain items and outfits or trading with specific merchants. Ooh. Oh, there's a fucking... How do I get... whatever. Okay, mine number 2.
Okay, let's see where this leads.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Guess I'm not going that way.
Might. Not wrong. I mean, you are pointing out the obvious. That much is fact.
There's smoke from deeper in the mine. Explosive X. So they did come through here. They must have gotten trapped.
I'm caught in a trap. Can't walk out. That is unfortunate.
Okay. Better take a look at where
Thank you for the contribution, Lycan. Oh, 2 skill points? Getting 2 skill points now? Oh my. I mean, I should probably start pumping more in. Oh yeah, we'll go Silent Strike. Deal more ranged impact damage while in stealth. Oh, actually, no. What was the thing I needed for Block Breaker? That's what I needed. Okay, so we can do the fight. We can do the pit now, back in the village. So I probably need to unlock these as I go along. Do the other ones, I'm guessing. Might be wrong. So I think in terms of the actual, 21% is the current brain words progress. It's the current percentage for the progress of the road mode playthrough. Parts 1. Are you in the holographic room? Nice. So I guess I head deeper in.
There's a lot of smoke.
A lot of explosion.
The mine runs pretty far back. There's a dead end. Bristleback's must have collapsed these tracks too.
Also known as the Shinra propaganda section. I might have like put these on.
There's a blaze here to blast a mountain open. And there's a note on one of the barrels. This note's addressed to Oland. Looks like this mine was supposed to be shut down. going green. Kept blasting deeper into the mountain.
Oh,
Have to
shocker.
let Javad know what I found.
Oh, is that all we're gonna do? Okay. I feel like shit's gonna better go crazy in a minute. It's about mines, just...
So Olvend was secretly blasting in the mine, trying to squeeze it for all it's worth. Until Bristleback stampeded through. Maybe the explosions blew a way open? And from where?
Questions. Woohoo! That's cool. I'll never get old. Campfire down here. We'll go back down to the campfire and then fast travel back to the village, and we can wrap that section up then. And then we can go and find Erend.
Secret ingredient for someone, I'll bet.
Yeah. Oh, this looks pretty.
Dead machines. And a trap. Looks like someone's been trying to keep this trail clear.
I dismantle it. Yeah. I bet he used fast travel pretty much right on the machine. I suppose when you unlock, yeah, I suppose when you get to overriding, or would be your only way to travel. Okay, this looks like an area where we're gonna fight. Oh, hi. Hello?
Please, leave us alone. We have nothing for you.
Oh. Okay. Can I at least get the campfire? No.
Well, where these people are, I guess they want to be left alone.
That's a long way down. You can already override the machine. Information section. Oh, the catalog. Imagine charges I can... I mean, I could before. In Zero Dawn. Would that be under... Yeah, is it here? Ah, okay. Oh, it's locked. Garages are locked. Mountable machine. If I find a charger, I could probably get... Oh, like... That's good to know, at least. It's right outside the camp. Isn't there like a settlement here? Hold the... Oh, yeah. Fair wealth. You done fucked up, son. got both. Let's go. Oh, hello. Jesus. Who lot come from? Oh, you're a fire one. Oh, these are fire ones. Ooh. Have a problem, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Well. You up to much tomorrow? Or, woohoo. A lot of explosions. Oh, he angry. Oh, look, it's a Sekiro boss.
There. Corey's safe.
Oh, did I just do a fucking main quest? Yeah, okay. Yes. That's funny. Just inadvertently did a main quest line objective. Buddy. Hello. Yes, I know.
I don't know what Honora's doing out here, but consider yourself owed. We tried to hold off and wait for the Vanguard, but one of them bristlebacks charged us. Next thing you know was a full-fledged fracas.
You check something for me on the map? I can.
We lost some good people, but we would have lost the whole Corps without you.
Well, at least it's quiet now.
Your ears ought to be ringing with a quarry at work, but Chainscrape's whistle ain't blowing, so we're stuck picking up the pieces.
I
I need to get going. Stay safe.
Thanks to you, that might actually be possible today.
Oh. That's done. We got ourselves a little Right, what do you want to check on the map? Blah 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 blah. Well, at least then as well. Actually, I could get that campfire. Settlement there. Middle section, then head all the way down. What, like, of the map I've unlocked, or... Yeah? What are we saying? He's saying... Like this little middle section here. Yes, there, and then down. So this is the Burning Shores DLC. Right? Is that what you mean? Is that where it is? Is that what you were trying to point out to me before? Or was it something else? I'm around. Yeah, that's as far down as I can go. Can't go any further than that. We got low. Ah, this doesn't appear yet. That's cool. Oh, so it doesn't actually appear on the map until you unlock the. I guess you do that quest. Yeah, that's cool. Quick save. I will do the errand. I promise. Vista Point. Right, let's head back to. Let's tell the guy about the bristlebacks. At least then we can fast travel there and then make our way across. And we can do the pit as well. That's what you wanted to confirm earlier. I thought so. It's great.
Savior, what news do you bring?
Picked up the bristleback trail by the quarry. Looks like they stampeded out of a mine at the back of the valley.
The mine? How could a herd of bristlebacks come from there?
I'm not sure, but Ulvin's workers were using explosives to tap the tunnels inside.
For the love of Dawn, I told him it wasn't worth the risk. Those tunnels, they run for miles underground, even beyond the Daunt. No, you don't think.
That Ulvin's blasting opened up a passage from the other side?
Yes, perhaps. If this is true, we need confirmation.
Oh, don't make me go back in there.
So thorough, so irrefutable, endorsed by the Savior.
All right, I'll keep looking.
Yeah, it's just...
Of course.
So it's not done. I mean, I have to go back to the place? Oh, it's on hold. And hold to the embassy's coming. Okay. Thank fuck for that.
If I'm
I like that.
where the bristlebacks came from, I need to head further west. Another reason to get the embassy going?
I was hoping you...
In the next section. Cool. Block Breaker. Use the Block Breaker combo R1, R1, R2 to immediately break their weapon guard and leave them vulnerable for a follow-up attack. Hey.
Almost ready to go? Where'd I put my... It looks like it's...
If you keep repeating the same attacks, your enemy will dodge them. Vary your attacks and combinations. Make yourself less predictable.
How about that?
Close attention to your opponent's stance. Read their intentions. Choose your attacks to break their defense.
Did I do it? Nice. Okay. I can now take on the Pitmaster challenge. Put your melee skills to test to defeat Odurg, Chain Scraps Pitmaster. Get a pristine skull.
Can you
Well,
do better?
fucking mind.
A good series of attacks.
I wish you could lock on.
Fight well. An impressive attack. Fight well. I'm ready to fight hand to hand when you are. Good. Good. Plan and execute.
Ow. I'm about to die. No.
Yield. I yield.
I was so nearly dead. Ooh, crashing.
Well fought, friend. Well fought.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Ooh. Serves me right for thinking I could go up against the savior of Meridian. Here, have this. A little something for the new champion.
Thank you, Hodur.
Hoorah.
Don't be a stranger now. Come back whenever you'd like to spar again.
Well, I might. Steen's skull. Alright, cool.
See you later, Hodur.
Farewell then.
Guessing I need to. Oh, I've lost some dye. Ooh, okay. Alright. That's probably like a. I can go out this way, can't I?
You always look so grumpy.
Oh, it's a tower. Oh, blocked path. Tool needed. Okay, okay. Head to the quest then. God, how is it that Twitch Mobile manages to get worse with every update? I know it's... Yeah, the whole, like, when you open it up, it's like, it doesn't show you immediately who you're following or, you know, like who your follower list. You gotta, like, scroll through, like, his TikTok. It's a bit, meh.
Hold tight. I'll see what I can do.
Tax suspicious.
Against ice.
That ice ought to make it brittle.
Well... Wanna freeze him.
That's the last one.
forge you showed up. Tripwire's handy, but she runs a youngin's game.
Maybe said enough.
Come on over. Let me give thanks proper like.
Yeah, I'm just like those things. Yeah, I know this traps the environment. Oh wow. That's for your outfit. Ah, okay.
You're a practiced hunter.
Oh, is it the headpiece?
Scroungers and vanguards to kill.
So the vanguards came through here?
I didn't mean to skip that, my bad.
Just a bit ago. Down that bristleback, headed south. But then those scroungers showed up to carve the carcass, as they do.
South, after more bristlebacks?
Probably. This whole valley is swarming with them. The vanguard seemed dead set on getting rid of them.
I see.
Hold on there, Red. If you're gonna go chasing across the Daunt.
Oh, Tripcaster, let's go.
Tripcaster. Not just any Tripcaster. One of my make. Free of charge.
Workmanship looks solid enough.
Yep.
Sorry.
Been tweaking the design since I left Chain Scrape. More room to tinker out here and less chance of, well, accidents.
I mean, what Aloy is wearing on her body, that outfit. Ah, okay.
I should get going. Thanks for the Tripcaster.
While you're blasting bristlebacks, I think I'll head down to the hunting grounds.
We do them here?
They have a Tripcaster trial?
Oh, no, not the hunting grounds. Ugh, God
Maybe.
damn it.
After I get things under control.
Lovely.
So Aaron headed south. Should be able to pick up his tracks with my focus. Tracks. Maybe Aaron's and the vanguards.
Yes, okay. So if I go... I can use a weapon coil. Fuck.
These bristlebacks are everywhere.
I can change the color of my armor. Oh, okay. That like on at a workbench? Oh, apply look. Okay. Oh, I can make it so it looks like just I can. Whoa, okay. So I can make it that it can apply the look of an armor, but it actually is using a different. That's pretty cool. That I can get behind. Yeah, the different dyes. That's quite cool. I'm sure it'll show me, and then like as I go. Get armor from proper clothing merchants. That's fair. Yeah. Don't look good.
Sounds like someone's putting up a fight.
Did errand? Oh, and it is. Let's go. Hey. Bonk. Bonk.
Another one down.
Now this is what I was forged for. No ledgers to fill. No boring mid-afternoon patrols.
I was forged to fight. Nice.
Just a hammer. Just the fight. Aloy?
Hey.
Erend!
Oof. That hurt. Yeah, you might want to sit this one out.
Stay where you are. I'll handle the rest.
How he didn't see me, I don't. Bing.
Those bristlebacks have acid canisters on their backs.
I am well aware of that. I am well aware. I didn't get poisoned, I have no idea. Oh, get out of here, dude. Let's go. Smashed it. Level 6. There we go. Love to see it. Yeah, I know.
Gemstone. It's green like blaze, but it's hard
Shiny.
and shiny. I wonder if merchants would be interested.
Hold on, Aaron. I'm just looting. Hold.
Caught me at my best, as usual.
Well, you did the hard part. I just took care of the stragglers.
Mhm.
How bad is it?
This? Who needs ribs, huh? Oh.
Who needs ribs?
I'm good. Huh. Okay, well, I know you didn't come all the way to the Daunt just to watch me get wrecked. So what's the story?
I need the embassy to happen, so I can head west. Erend, what I did at the Spire, what we did, it didn't end the threat. It just slowed it down. There's still more to do.
Really? Well, that's great. I mean, yeah, not the threat's not over part. That's
It's like that.
But hey, whatever you're up against, your spear, my hammer, just like old times.
Erend, I need the embassy now. I can't wait for you to heal.
Couple of days rest, if that.
Actually, even if you weren't hurt, what I have to do, it's better if I do it alone.
Alone. Now that figures.
Erend! I hate to interrupt the romance, but I'm pretty banged up here.
Don't blow your blaze, I'm coming. Oh, this just keeps getting better. Huh. Listen, I'll go to Barren Light, get patched up. If you want this embassy to happen, we're gonna need this sun priest, Studius Wadis.
Oh, I know him. I'll clear the Valley of Bristlebacks, then send Wadis to Barren Light. I'll catch up with you there.
Well, I guess that's sort of like a goodbye.
I'm sorry?
You? Sorry? Ugh. Yeah, that'd be a first.
Where is this coming from?
Hey, just, forget it, yeah. Ugh. It's nothing.
It sounds like something.
All right, fine. Now, after the battle at the Spire, you took off, you left without so much as a handshake. I mean, people like me, we fought and bled at your side, Aloy. You just disappear?
What kind of person does that?
I mean, he's kind of right. I think if I say someone who has no other choice, he's gonna be like, "There's always a choice."
Aaron, I left when I did, how I did, for a reason. A good one.
Oh, thanks for sharing.
Listen to me. Life on Earth is in danger, and only I can save it.
What are you talking about?
Exactly what I just said. Everything living is going to die unless I fix a piece of technology created by the old ones. And time's running out.
Well, I guess that's the reason, all right. I'm an idiot.
Erend! By the forge.
I guess that's my cue.
Maybe I should go with you to Barren Light.
No, hey, you need it elsewhere, obviously. We'll make it without you.
Aww.
I think I've cleared out most of the bristlebacks. Chain scraping it back.
Oh God.
I'll go give Elephant the good news. Bloodies too.
That was
Then maybe this embassy can finally happen.
happened just how I thought it would to be fair. Okay.
Gather these while I can.
I need to go back all the way back to change. That's probably, yeah, that's a blocked path. I could check out the I could check the I thought that would happen. Ah ha ha. What do you mean? Wait, did that go off? No, it didn't go off. Fuck. Oh, did it reset? Yeah, reset. Why is it on a default? No, I can't hear it. There you go. We're good. So we want to go right, the ruins, I think. Probably something there of you. And I've only got one fast travel pack, so. What's the music changed?
It's a ruin from the old world. I could find something interesting inside.
Way in, I guess. Oh, someone's fighting. It sure is.
Let's do it. Okay, what do we have in here?
Four. Poison, poison, poison.
Looks like this door needs some kind of key module. Maybe there's one in the ruin?
If I had to guess, I would probably say yes.
What's this data say?
I would scan it, but it...
Great. This should be useful. There's a code for the locked door in this data. But I still need to find a key module.
Yeah. Aha. Also, aha.
Okay, gotta find a key for the door.
Be around here somewhere. Oh, I've just done that, I suppose.
There's more of the ruin down here. Where to now?
Like a basement. Wally Yamper. From the catchment.
No more light down here. Well, I can't reach the ledge above now. Guess I'll have to find another way up.
Oh, I need to break. I needed to break that floor so I could push a grate through.
Down it goes.
The drops, nobody knows. At least the crate movement is quite quick. I will give them the game that. You know. Oi. I was gonna fucking say. I was like,
Okay.
oh.
Where does this lead?
Oh, there's our key. Tyrion! Hello! How you doing, bud? How's Mass Effect 2? That's an hour. Oh, another 10 minutes or so and then it adds. Okay. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, how was Mass Effect 2? How was it? Welcome in. If you're in Calandra, hello. Cinema, no worries. I know I remember you saying it's a game you've not played yet, so no worries on the spoilers. Yeah.
Ethereum_Stormwind raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Yeah, say, how was Mass Effect 2? I did catch like 5 minutes before I went live. But yeah, I hope it was good. I gifted some. Nice. Oh, just checking. Tired as I'm running off 2 hours sleep. Otherwise, I'm good. Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear that. Mass Effect 2 was good, but made quite a bit of progress. But I'm having OBS issues again. Oh no, really? What issues are you having with OBS? Touch wood. So far, OBS has been fine for me. I'm on 30.2.2, so like latest version, quote unquote. Random disconnects. Oh. Oh yeah, I remember you saying before, and it took you a couple of weeks for the internet to check, and then they fixed it. Oh, strange. And I'm sorry to hear you having those issues though still. Oh yeah, welcome in Raiders. We are playing Horizon Forbidden West. This is the second part. This is part 2. We are in the main map now. So Monday we did like the prologue, and we've circled back to it today now as the temperatures cooled. And yeah, we've been doing sort of like main quest, bunch of side quests, and then main quest, bunch of side quests, sort of thing. We're kind of exploring the first area. We're in a bit of ruins at the moment. I think we've just finished it because we just got a key to open the door. Hopefully we get some sort of reward for it. But yeah, we're just kind of going around doing any side quests that we can get our hands on, get some extra levels in, get some extra skill points. Because the game does reward you with skill points for doing side quests. So I'm definitely doing as many of those as I possibly can. But yeah, if you do read and run, if you're tired and whatnot, then go get your rest and sleeps and lurks and all that good stuff. And for anyone who's come in, doesn't want spoilers or anything like that, then I totally get that. Managed to stay up safe and run after on the 3rd attempt. Yeah, I mean, at least you got it running, I suppose. That's probably the good thing about that. So it's a shame it's being up again. But yeah, if anyone needs to take a break, please do. If anyone wants to stick around for a little bit longer, I think I'll be going for another hour, maybe tops, or so, and then I'll be calling it a night as well. But yeah, I'm Welsh, Bandicoot, a variety streamer of sorts. I normally I do a mishmash of everything. So I play a bit of platformers, JRPGs, hack and slashes, RPGs, adventure games, a whole lot. We just chill. We just very chill here. Right, we very much encourage people if people want to lurk and just chill out while I'm playing a game and just observing things and doing stupid things, then that's totally fine. Yeah, we just have a good time. Crack a few dad jokes from time to time. Yeah, Crash Bandicoot is my go-to favorite franchise of video games of all time for multitude of reasons. Hence the name. And I've actually done some speedrunning of Crash Bandicoot once upon a time. And we may even return to it around my birthday, which is
There. Looks like this needs a code too. I think some of the data I picked up might help.
okay. So I need to look at the data points.
Samurai Edge Runner Jax asked me, how much does Welsh Bandicoot love the Crash Bandicoot series? Well, I'd say they love it about as much as a kid loves a shiny new toy. You know, the kind of love that makes you want to scream at the screen when you miss a jump. It's that deep, passionate bond that keeps them spinning through levels. But let's be honest, if they loved it anymore, they'd probably be trying to cosplay as Crash himself.
That is very
Just
true.
remember, love is tough, but so are Ford trucks built to last.
What is this thing? I'll hold on to it for now. Figure out what to do.
That is very true. Thank you for that, Jax. Thank you for asking for a 4 from 50. And hey, we got 2 skill points. Got 3 skill points to spend on now. Okay, so this one. Ooh. Get that scoring on that. Or a warrior. Size targets remain energized longer. I think we'll go with the bow. I'm gonna grab a second window. I want a second window. Grab a drink. Don't worry. But yeah, this is the first playthrough for me, so no spoilers. Right, no spoilers, please. You can give me little tips on, like, you know, like, oh, hey, by the way, the thing you just got, if I didn't notice it or misread or forgotten, and be like, hey, oh, by the way, this is,
We'll get you out. Don't.
you know, it's here and what it actually does and stuff. I'm okay with that. Tips for things that I've not noticed, or, you know, if I'm doing like a ruins and you go, oh, it's just over there, then like,
Just a
but like story stuff, no.
Aaron mentioned you're not one for fancy titles.
Your vanguard.
Well, here to escort Vaudise's delicate behind to the embassy.
If we can get rid of these bristlebacks.
Captain said to keep an eye on Chainscrape, then these ugly lugs showed up.
Gave the first one a good beating.
But didn't quite have time to roll out of the way when it fell.
Told you it wasn't a good idea to eat that much before heading out.
I should probably get going.
Now, if you see any more of these bristlebacks,
I'll make sure to roll out of their way.
Might want to take some of these with you as well. They're handy in a pinch.
Potions? Please give me health
Stay
potions.
safe, Aloy.
Like health potion. Oh, smoke bomb. Oh, baby. Let's go. So go talk to Ulvund now. Oh, acid. Oh, extra acid damage? Yeah, why not? Okay, so I gotta find... Oh, there's a campfire right here. Nice. Are you... Hey. Oh.
Time to get Ulvin to blow the
Oh.
whistle, then Vaudice to bear light.
Alright, so... I know. Upgrading your gear and workbench keeps it viable against high-level enemies. I am aware.
Shop looks closed.
Yep.
Can I still use the workbench?
Yep.
I ain't gonna stop you.
Can I upgrade anything? All weapons. Cast on the... That's improved. Watching the kickoff right now. Wait, it's on now? SummerSlam's on now? It's not Saturday today, though. Fully. Oh, it's SmackDown. Hey. Empty car slot. Nice. Pouch upgrade. Ooh, resource pouch. Yes. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Rivers would be lovely. A raccoon. The brains of it. But why break starts? Okay, you know what? Before I talk to him then, I will go and run and grab a drink, because I haven't got a drink while the ads are running. I will be right back. Give me a moment. Don't like them at all. If it's 16, it's probably going to be 4 teams of 4, so it could be like a team game. I swear, if it's like tail tag or something, I'm gonna cry. Honestly. Or the game just camera angle.
Let me go and fetch the paintings. I'll be right back.
He's very talented.
Immagino.
Self-expression is vital to understanding and enjoying life. You should find an outlet.
I have plenty of outlets.
I meant besides vaginas.
Back to your house then.
Si, si. Ezio, help Leonardo, will you?
Oh my god. We literally straight up had a freaking katana fight. It's just outrageous. It's just outrageous. Oh, no. That's good. Okay. Cool. Touch your nose. I mean, it's not bad. The Aquadonald. Aquadonald did. Oh, fuck. I was not paying attention. It's okay. I was not paying attention. Oh, no. I was not paying attention to that at all. If you're expecting anything else, then you will be sorely mistaken. I had a rough day, and then somebody went and ripped the front and back pages of my dictionary. It goes from bad to oh, that's good. That's crazy. Oh! How did I save that? I was like, I spun and I was off. I was floating in midair. Ah, okay, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Congrats on the catch, Ben. Yeah, they do a kickoff on Friday now, and on Saturday they do the countdown. Ah, which is the pre-show. Yeah, I see. Okay. Right, so the ads are done. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Let's go talk to fucking dickhead over here.
Still here, I see.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
I cleared out all the bristlebacks.
Oh, you did?
Now that you've recovered from your shock, time to blow the whistle.
Oh, there, not so fast. I'll have to send someone out to confirm the kills. Make sure the valley is safe again. Shouldn't take more than a day or two.
No, you blow the whistle now.
These are innocent Osram lives we're talking about here. Surely the delay...
Either you do it now, or I will.
Ah, I knew you could do it! Friends, gather around. The savior of Meridian has done it again.
He's gonna paint her as a traitor, isn't he? Thank you for welcome back.
You. Sound the whistle. Chain Scrape is open for business.
Yay.
And Ulvund has agreed to personally pay every worker their lost wages.
Yeah.
That's more like it.
Yeah. Woo.
Ha-ha.
Yeah.
That's gonna go down well,
Don't
isn't
you
it?
have an embassy to get to?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Merchants are now available. You can now purchase new equipment, restock your resources, and sell needed item at merchants. Yeah, baby.
Merchants should be open to trade.
I am living life
See if they
to
have
the
anything
fullest.
useful before I send Wadis off to Barren Light.
Osram, or a huntress. Wait, I can sell stuff? Ooh. Valuables to sell. Oh, okay. Oh, I can just sell all this then? Selling for... Okay, used for selling for... Okay, I can't... Okay, so it's just valuables to sell. Okay, cool. What do you call two guys hanging out by your window? Kurt and Rod. Okay, that took me a minute to figure out. Okay, yeah. Where do you learn to make ice cream? Sunday school. I'll just sell all these. The outfits in this game are a lot better than the ones in the first game. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, they do look better. It's...
Brought out only the good stuff for you, Red. Seeing as you got that whistle blowing.
Hey, I've been waiting to get my lucky hammer fixed for days.
You haven't done anything useful like getting rid of any bristlebacks, though, have you? Take your time. I promise you won't be disappointed.
Unbelievable. Ooh! Hello. Fire Hunter bow? Ooh. Now then. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna buy that. Fucking damn straight I'm buying that. And a charger circulator for a sharp shot bow. Oh, that's the one that's like slow, isn't it? Slow firing. Yeah. No. Full packs. I could probably do with some. I'm being honest.
Come back anytime.
Now can I get this fixed?
I can fix your tools. Afraid there's no fixing you.
What do you do when the milk dies? You give it a cremation. Oh. Oh, I can get. I can have it equipped though. That does. Pardon me. That does fire damage, so that would be very handy. I do recommend going to all the stitches and seeing their inventory. Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely will. You know, I'm not just gonna like ignore everybody. E1 and I'm like, eh. I'm definitely gonna like, you know, go to every person. You know, if I go to a settlement or a shop, a town, I will definitely check out. Oh, Vladis. Oh, grand old Vladis. We're all good now? Yep.
The way to Barren Light is clear. Get moving.
You're not errand vanguardsman. I will move only when the captain
When
says.
I've cleared out all the bristlebacks, which I have. Captain's orders.
So they're okay.
Banged up, but breathing. And waiting up ahead for you.
But I was supposed to have 3 escorts.
I'm off to Barren Light, buddies. Like Aloy said, captain's orders. You can stay here.
Abandoned to the riffraff? I think not.
Guess you're coming with me then. See you there, Aloy.
Mr. Vladis nuts. God, I hope you can. Arrow, like right about there. There, you stupid head.
Well, now that that's done, the embassy.
Oh, 2 more skill points. Let's go. I think I leveled up 2. Yes, I got 3. That's fucking goal. Yeah, let's do some hunter ones. I haven't touched this. Low profile? Yeah, I'll take. Survival, survival I think we're fine on. Valor when hit by enemies. Concentration regen. Oh, that is nice. Machine health. Rhythm machines have more. Yeah, we'll do stealth ranged. I get one or two more skill points, I can get that unlocked. Stealth stalker. I can put more skill points into it to buff it up. Elemental build-up plus 100. My Mass Effect character would do it for no cost. She has done a minimum quote for 700. Wants one more. Be right. Going full renegade. Love to see it. The embassy. Find a charger to cover ground faster.
If I can get through it, I'll be able to track down Silence. Hades. Maybe even a Gaia backup. Guess I could head straight for Barren Light. Or poke around the Daunt some more first. And maybe take Petra up on that drink.
Oh, actually, can we go see Petra? A couple side quests. Nice. I feel like this is quite an important quest. I know we love doing side quests. Okay, so yeah, that's Petra. Hello.
I'm sorry, I'll be right with you.
Okay,
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying it's overkill.
It's a weapon. Kill is the point.
Not if it blows the user's arm off. Oh, just stop talking. Where are we? Ah. So, you look like someone who's always searching for you.
I mean, she shot our assistant to stop assassination.
It's not. I am with a customer.
I'm not a customer.
I got it. Triple the powder. It'll blow a Strider sky high. Ba-boom. One shot kill. Guaranteed.
Maybe I am.
Maybe,
You
yep.
are in the right place at the right time, Red. How would you like to be the proud owner of the world's first machine enhanced,
Explosive. Done in one. Machine wrecking.
yet perfectly safe javelin thrower?
Oh? I mean,
Tell me more about this
Javelin?
weapon of yours.
Saw a scroll when I was a kid by some Karja scholar who wandered out west.
Hmm?
Had a scary drawing of a Tenakth warrior hunting with a kind of javelin thrower. Effective? Yes. Basic? Undoubtedly. But coming out here made me remember it, and I'm on the brink of vastly improving the tool's archaic design.
Whereas I will perfect it.
I can use machine parts to enhance the user's throw, increase the projectile's velocity.
Mine's better.
The Boomer here is adamant that enhancing the projectile is better, namely with explosive tips.
Boomsticks.
Why not both?
That could work. There's one small snag. I need the parts to make the first working model.
Well, for starters, I'll need charger horns. Intact.
Yeah, that. Just be sure to shoot them off before the machine goes down. Otherwise, they break. But the real innovation, keep it to yourself, is a fang horn rib.
There's a mean one east of here. Blow it sky high.
Boomer! You get him for me.
I love that person's called Boomer.
You have a deal.
That's funny. A bigger boom. You Ostrom Tinkers in Chain Scrape have offered to build. Need charger horns. Isaac, and also now glowing red now because we're so evil. Oh my god, that's amazing. Like turning into Wesker almost. Would agree.
Aloy, change your mind about that brew? Come for that beer after all, eh? Here, sit down. Get a pint in her hand. Wasn't expecting you to swing by.
Since when do I do what's expected?
Ha! There's that spark. Fire and spit.
Fire and spit.
She's like, huh?
That's a blast from the bellows.
Yeah, pretty much.
The forge, but at least I can forget about my troubles for a while.
Like what?
Well, things aren't as bad since you got this place running again. But we still got Olvin grating the gears about his concession decree. If you don't put that down, I'll come over there and show you how that game ends. Anyway, right now, I'm just worried about those refugees out from Sunfall. To come all this way enduring Forge knows what.
I saw. They won't let anyone up the old trailhead southwest of here.
And therein lies the problem. A Stormbird crashed
Oh, that got me.
and Talwyn Queenbroker's had his eye on the salvage ever since. But the refugees have barred entrance. Mustn't interrupt their sun-scorched ritual. Something about finding a twilight path.
Ding, ding,
Never
ding,
heard
ding,
them
ding.
talk about that before.
The stone face just
These
goes.
particular Shadow Karja are an odd
Drops the
bunch,
knife.
but overall they're peaceful folk. Not that it matters to
good.
Talwyn. He'll crack some heads to get to that salvage. Maybe you could swing by, convince him to set up camp somewhere else?
What, yeah, that's
So
what.
the bristlebacks in the Daunt.
You're a pig. Blasted things, those bristlebacks. They just showed up one day, rampaging around the valley like they exploded out of a forge. Lost some good people. But bless the bellows.
I just love how he's
took them out and got
just
this place working
so
again.
much
That put a dent in
emptiness
Olvin's
inside
plans.
him.
Now, if only there were some way to smash them all all together and run them out of town.
But how could Bristlebacks and the Daunt help Ulvund?
2 words. Concession decree. Since no one knows where the Bristlebacks came from, Ulvund has taken to blaming the Karja for him. He's hoping to dig up enough old resentments to get a strike going until the concession's signed. This is just his latest attempt. He's been trying to rile up the workers since the day he rolled into town.
About that, I think the Bristlebacks came out of Ulvund's old mine.
Now there's a spark that could light a fire. Can you prove it?
I'm working on it.
By the forge. Grab my ear if you nail it down.
Damn straight.
I thought you'd be back in Freeheap.
Well, after the big battle at Meridian, I went back. But realized it was running smooth. Didn't need me. Heard about the rebuilding out at Barren Light. Figured they could use another hammer. Been scraping by ever since.
You could always leave.
And go back east? Nah. I ain't one to leave a lit forge. Besides, someone's gotta be a squeaky wheel for the workers around here.
What else can you tell me about the Shadow Karja refugees?
Well, they don't call themselves Shadow Karja for one. At least, not anymore. They're some other brand of sun-crazed. But whatever side of the sun they're on, they're peaceful.
The heap might still be a free, but it's still a heap.
To live, pray, and just enough food to keep from starving.
So they're just camped outside by a trail, blocking entry to a wrecked Stormbird, waiting for what exactly?
Don't rightly know, but I'll tell you this. Should they ever wise up and salvage it, a Stormbird heart is worth a lot. And if they get there first, then by Ostrom law, it's theirs. Not that Tolan Cleanbrokers ever lost sleep over any law breaking.
Who is this Tolland Cleanbroker?
Just some chuff-huffing pondsman. Got a shop here in town. Lived in Chainscrape since there was a Chainscrape. He and Ulvund go back a ways. Like a pair of coals and a campfire, those two.
So Tolland works for Ulvund?
Ha! Ulvund might think so, but Tolland scrapes up his own scams. And he ain't the type to let a few refugees get between him and Stormbird salvage.
So about Ulvund.
Around here, everything's about Ulvund.
Should be fine.
He got here early, like a squirrel smelling a fat nut. He knew rebuilding Barren Light would need stone and timber. So he jammed purses all over Mainspring, getting investors to front claims on anything in the Daunt that might be worth a damn. Thing is, all the bankers back home know that this is Karja land, and the Sun King can revoke those claims at any time. That's why he's desperate for the magistrate to sign off on a concession decree.
Well, if I'm up that way, I'll talk to the refugees. Try to convince them to move.
Much appreciated. They have it rough. Don't need Tolland making it rougher.
Cool.
Petra said Tolland has a shop here in Chainscrape. I could have...
Big a boom. 2 side ones.
Him first.
Oh, this'll really boil their broth. I'll add a sprinkle of chili to their desserts. How perverse.
I fucking love this guy. A legend. Hey, I already show him though.
That's you. The machine hunter that bailed out the Karja.
Hi.
Never put that way before.
What do you want?
Heard you've been hassling refugees up by the cliffs.
Yeah, well, you heard wrong. There's salvage up there. A Stormbird. Nailed it myself with a harpoon here in town. Not an easy shot if I do say so myself. It clipped its wing. And it crashed into the old tower up there. Killed it quick. Yeah, so if anyone's hassling anyone, it's the Shadow Karja filth that's blocking the way up to my claim.
And you're ready to crack some skulls to get to it?
No need. It's a raggedy bunch. Probably all starved before I have to lift a finger.
We'll see about that.
Oh yeah, we will, won't we? Now shop's closed to Karja lovers. On your blasted way.
Yeah, I kind of wish I didn't really talk to him, to be honest. Just fuck himself. Okay. Oh, we went there. Oh, we went there before. Oh, okay. Twilight Camp. Find the source of the bristlebacks beyond Barren Light. Ah, okay. Yeah. Actually, should I do the errand first? Yeah. I get a skill point out of it. So. Recharge horns. This game has been boring. Yeah, I don't think they're all going to be bangers, to be fair.
I can override one of these chargers. I have to go in quiet so I don't spook the herd.
There's a horn. Got a horn.
Damn. I love how they're like 2-shot kills now. No, I only needed 3 after horns. So. Oh. Seth is wearing a wild outfit. When is he not wearing a wild outfit? That's the real question.
I should have enough charger horns for going in here now.
Oh no 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 no! Oh oh oh! It's fine. Everything's fine. No no no! Leave him alone. That's right. I don't want to do that. Oh. Actually, to be fair, they definitely made overriding a little. It was just much quicker in general. Maybe because the skills I had, but.
Rumor said that flame horn should be nearby.
Those?
There's the thing. Gonna have to take it down to get its rid. Should be able to harvest its ribbon.
Critical strike. Ah. need to heal. I need to heal. I used 3? Oh my god. That's good for Langhorn Antler. Okay, so go to the settlement. Actually, no, because it's right. Oh, now it tells me how to fucking. I don't really want to like repair it too much because I don't have much metal shards. And I got like 700 odd. Burn through it all, just constantly repairing this fucking thing.
Be welcome, Outlander.
Back to these two.
I know that look. You've got all the parts, haven't you?
Here you go.
Outstanding! I only need a few minutes to finish the
Oh, a
prototype.
ninjask.
I'll take the version that won't blow my arms off. Thanks.
Yeah, please. She's just staring at her, you know, like.
So did you blow up any machines to get the parts? Or any bandits?
You really like explosions, huh?
Here we go.
You blame her?
The boomsticks?
Oh, you betcha.
Is it safe?
Probably.
Probably.
Can I have one? No. Oh.
Oh.
Because we're gonna make you something even better.
Ba-boom!
Oh, spike throws launch powerful projectiles that can hit enemies at long range. Due to their long build-up, they have a slow rate of fire and cannot be used while jumping or crouching. Spikes must be thrown at full draw in order to penetrate. Things have to toll from Borderlands, yeah. Everything has to explode. Oh, escaped. What? I think we'll go Hunter. We'll start pumping more into Hunter. So build up your Valor faster? Yeah. Weapon stamina? Yep. Why not? Okay, so next job is Twilight Path. And we... Oh. Oh. Bum, bada, bum, bada, bum. Oh, yeah, let's go. There's a... Oh. Huh? What did I... What? 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 And whence? How? Who?
These people are under attack.
Hey! You
up there? Aren't you gonna help?
Not my job. I'm just here to keep an eye on things.
Hey, don't hit my fucking... Hurt my fucking charger, you little bitch. These are basically the watchers from Zero Dawn. Which Strider's just like, eh?
Might as well call it quits.
More machines on their way. Safety. I'll handle the rest.
Go, Lakasha. I'll help Denora.
Oh, nice. Oh.
That's the last of them.
Thank God.
Check on the refugees.
Guess the show's over.
No Bailey? Oof. I watched this kickoff on the pretense that all the major title matches would be showcased. And I'm guessing they haven't. Well, if Bailey's not on there, then yeah. Strider's just chilling. He chilling.
Stuff for the stash.
But the bloodline hasn't. Oh, the bloodline hasn't come out. Oh, okay.
Lie still.
Is it bad, Lakasha?
Shh, now. Everything will be fine.
Is everyone okay?
Bruised, but not buried. Our order will live to see another day.
Are you sure about that?
They don't look so good.
We're no strangers to hardship, Nora. We've crossed half the Sundom with no more than the clothes on our backs. And as soon as our Sun Priest returns, our path will be clear. For now, we wait.
Well, you're better off waiting somewhere else. Your people need shelter. There's a town east of...
Chainscrape. Yes. We know of it. Savohar says it's not...
Yeah, that's fine.
Who?
Our Sun Priest. Our order has made it this far thanks to his guiding light.
Okay, and where is this Savohar?
He went up to the tower to meditate 3 days ago, and he won't come down until the sun shows him the way to our new home. The fallen storm bird is an omen, he said. And of course, it must be.
I see. And how long do you plan on waiting for him?
Until he returns.
He's probably dead.
He will return. He must.
He's probably dead. Although because they're on SmackDown, that's where they're gonna do something there. Yeah, probably.
Look at yourselves. Those machines nearly wiped you out. And Osram thugs are watching you, just waiting to strike. You're in danger here.
Well, there he is. He's just
You
chilling.
need to grab Savohar and get out.
Our situation. This is the worst we've endured. I know we cannot stay here, but without Savohar to guide us, I don't...
Let me up there. And I'll convince him it's time to move on.
But his meditation... If he hasn't received his vision, he won't follow.
At least let me check on him. If he's been up there for days.
Yes. Yes, that is sensible, I suppose.
Yeah, he did. Really did.
The trail up to the tower's falling apart. Savohar is strong, but it could not have been an easy climb.
Don't worry.
It rarely is.
This. Aloy's got this.
Let the Nora pass.
Twilight's Landing. Ooh, campfire. Let's go. Oh, ha. Oh, I could just climb. I could just go up the stairs. But hey, we got there. We got there. It's fine. It's fine. Anywho,
Part of the ladder. Akasha was right. The trail's in bad shape. This looks recent. Must have broken off when Savohar climbed up here.
boing. I pick a flower. I want a flower. I want a. Nothing. Didn't want it anyway.
I can reach those beams if I jump against the cliff.
Wait. Jump against the surface. Oh, wow. What in the Prince of Persia is this? I can make a wall jump now? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking...
Now how to climb higher. Bet a dyer would be interested in this. The ladder must have broken off after Savohar passed through. I need to find another way up.
Green shine. Nice.
Broken bridge. I might be able to make the jump to the other side.
Did. Very good.
That's a lot of blood. Savohar's?
Fine.
He must have hurt himself pretty bad getting over the bridge. It's not looking good.
Like a stormbird's just like murdered him.
There's the stormbird. Getting closer.
Not like he got murdered by a stormbird or anything. Right?
Machines. Savohar must have snuck past them. I could probably slip past them. Or take them out. If I find where these machines are made, I might learn how to override them.
I think I'm just gonna murder them for the XP. Probably. And materials. I mean. It's fine. I need level 8. Oh, what a shot.
That's all of them.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get some sleep, but I hope the rest of the stream goes well and that everyone is getting their side. Yeah, no worries, Theron. I appreciate you popping in with a raid and say up, buddy. I will see you next time. Again, thank you for the raid again, man. Hope you had a good stream. Hope it was good. Everyone go follow Ethereum. We love your JRPGs, and also going through Mass Effect 2 where chat decides the path that he takes. Definitely go check him out. Well worth the watch. Certain. That's also a thing with this game. There's also a thing with this game. I could literally just spend hours just doing like hunting machine. Use concentration all that much. I'll take Nora Warrior. That extra, get that extra melee. Quiet movement. Oh, that would have been nice actually. And silent strike heals. That would actually make me do more silent. That's 11, right? Okay.
There's Savohar. In pretty bad shape.
Hey, bud.
The true sun above me, the true sun before me. Show me the way this eventide. The true sun above me.
You must be Savohar.
The true sun before me. Show me the way this eventide. No. No. The vessel must be empty for the coming vision.
You don't need a vision. You need medical attention. On the way up, I saw parts of the trail had given way. Is that how you hurt yourself?
My pain. All part of the ritual.
You're hurt bad. And your people are running out of time. Staring at the Stormbird isn't solving anything.
You don't understand the omen. It fell here at the peak. I just need to see the twilight path. My people will find their home.
Your people are worried about you. They need shelter, security.
The true sun above me. The true sun before me. Show me.
Oh, he's gonna pass out, isn't he?
I think you've been staring at your salvation this whole time.
The true sun above me.
Gotta get over to that Stormbird. Grab its heart.
Yeah, and not give it to that dude. Oh. Are we fuck giving it to that dude?
Make an interesting color for my armor.
Nailed it.
Stormbird heart is valuable. Enough to feed all the refugees waiting below. And his answer is sunstroke and a prayer? Why does every priest I meet think blind faith is the answer to everything?
That's all they know. All they've been told. And once they have one sort of epiphany that of luck or whatever, then they believe every word they say. General. But I digress. This.
The Osram that was watching the refugees probably went to get Tolland. I gotta get them out of here before he comes back.
Yeah, that's gonna suck, isn't it?
There. The Order should be able to afford shelter with this heart. Some food and a change. Looks like some kind of lens. Guess I'll keep it for later.
It wasn't that far down, but okay.
Savahar? How you holding up?
I need to get back over there.
Hey, bud. I think he's dead.
Savar?
He's dead. Dead. Killed him. Trying to find the Twilight Path killed him.
I guess you did the best you could. Rest easy now. I'll make sure your people are safe. I should let Lakasha know. And give her the Stormbird heart.
Oh, I can fast travel down, can't I? Am I fuck walking back? Crazy.
Come on. Don't make this difficult.
Oh, hello.
Get out of the way.
I'm a generous gent. So I'll give you one more chance to make it easy on yourselves and clear out.
We won't let you pass, Asaram. If you choose bloodshed, that's on your conscience.
Ain't it just like the Karja to make things harder than they have to be?
Look at that
boys.
mullet cut.
Murder. Get your consciences ready.
Hold on now, Tolland.
You again? Listen, I'm all out of patience here. I clipped that Stormbird's wings. The salvage is mine. I don't care who gets in my way. Nora savages or Shadow Karja fleabags. I'm taking it.
Well, from what I hear, the law says that whoever gets the salvage first keeps it. Which in this case is me. Am I right?
You took the heart? I shot that Stormbird. Me!
Am I right?
She's right, boss.
Blasted love, shut up. Okay. You win. Hey, I'm doing fine. I don't need that salvage anyhow. But these people need all the help they can get. Come on, boys. Back to Chain Scrape. I need a drink.
You can go, and you need to go fuck yourself too.
Aloy, again, we thank you.
You're welcome.
God, I hate
Take
that
this heart.
guy.
Use it to buy food, clothes, shelter for your people. Maybe even land to build a new home.
This is... Savahar must make these decisions.
He's dead.
No, I'm sorry, Lakasha. Savahar isn't coming back. He's gone. I know it's hard, but your people need a leader now. Go to Chainscrape. Talk to the forge woman there, Petra. Give her the Stormbird heart. She'll look after you and your people until you can get back on your feet.
Aww.
Find your path.
I'll do my best.
Knee hurts.
What choice do I have? Here, please accept this. It is modest, but I hope it helps in some small way. To Chainscrape, then.
Hey. Twilight Path. I think that... Yeah, we can't do that yet until we go past Iron Light, so we can do that now. Oh, face paint. Nice. We got some skills too. Move more quick. Fuck, that was loud. The mayor is the best. Midgar's mayor is nothing less. Is the best. That's a point. I can, if I go back to... I go back to the town, real... Scrape. I'll just check if I got any upgrades on weapons, and then I will call it a night then, because it's 11:15, and I need to... yeah, my knee's hurting, so I need to... Got a barbecue tomorrow. Friends, that should be nice. And, yeah, I stream might be a little bit later tomorrow. I'm not... I've read the firebow. Read it twice. Can. Times. Oh, 3 times a lady? Oh, let's... Prototype spike through level 3. The only thing that's not upgraded. Oh, I can upgrade the Nora anointed armor. Nice. Pouch upgrades. Tripwire. Fire hunter boy. Oil extra. Knockdown damage. Yep. Actually, you know what? We'll give the coil to the... Okay. Weave slot has been unlocked from one of your outfits. Yes. No. Oh, wait, for my outfit. I didn't check. +1 constant. NA defense. Oh, alright. Let's go. The campfire. Do a quick save and a manual save. And we will... Hey, well, that's not bad. We went from level 3 to level 8? 7, 8? 8. But the quest we're doing is 7. That's not... So we got 2 skill points. Got a couple of more skills. And then we'll unlock a little bit more. Well, then the actual map will be unlocked, probably, I'd imagine. Maybe not all of it, but, you know. Oh, ads. Perfect. Upgraded 3 weapons. Fully upgraded 3 weapons. That's cool. Did you get 13%? Not too bad, actually. I'll update probably once I close it and reopen it, but... But there we go. That's going to be it for stream, everybody. Need to cool down and just chill. Like I said, I got barbecue tomorrow, so I might be a little bit later than usual if I do stream, but I will keep you posted. Hopefully, if Ben's around, it'll be more Elden Ring. Get more progression through, I'm guessing, the DLC and base game to a degree. So we shall see. We shall see. And whilst the ads are running, I'm trying to look for someone to raid. Okay. Oh, I'm yawning now. God. Good gracious. Oh, Lita's. Oh, Lita's streaming. Yeah, that's right, Data Cakes. Cool. Part of team highlight. I haven't rated her in a little. I haven't seen her stream for a little while. Well, I've seen her bits of stream. I haven't really caught her streams for a little while. So. She's cool. She's cool. But yeah, that's gonna be where we're going tonight. Read. Yeah, appreciate everyone popping in. It's good to be back. Whatnot, and it's good that the new capture card is tested well, and it looks to be holding up pretty well. So yeah, that's also nice, and it also flat like glows, which is yeah. We're gonna go say hi to Lita, I said, and until next time, whenever that may well be, give yourselves, stay safe, and have a good night, everybody. Bye bye for now.